Good evening or afternoon. This is a regular meeting of the Brookline Select Board for Tuesday, August 9th, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy. If doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session at approximately 6:30 p.m. this evening. All those in favor of entering into executive session, say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Okay, I'm gonna thank our friends at Big. Just ask you to step out so that we can go ahead and lock the meeting. 1.
Good evening. Welcome back to the Select Board meeting for August 9th, 2022. We will go into announcements, news, and updates. I understand that we have an update from our department, our Director of Public Health. Maybe we should elevate her first, and then I will call on other Select Board members for their news and announcements. Good evening.
Hi, thanks for having me tonight. I'm hoping to update the board on West Nile virus and the town's rodent response. On August 3rd, the department was notified that Brookline had 2 positive mosquito pools for West Nile virus. Then on August 4th, an additional mosquito pool tested positive and our risk level was increased to moderate along with the other surrounding cities and towns. Public health actions in response to the risk level increase include raising awareness among residents, reminding residents to use mosquito repellent with EPA registered active ingredients, and observing peak mosquito activity during dusk and dawn. Also, we want to remind residents to check their properties for standing water. That is a good breeding ground for mosquitoes, and to empty any standing water at least twice a week. West Nile virus is commonly spread through the bite of infected mosquitoes. It causes a range of illness from mild fever to more serious disease like encephalitis and meningitis. The majority of people who are infected with West Nile virus, approximately 80%, will actually have no symptoms. Smaller people will have sort of flu-like fever, headache, body aches, vomiting, sometimes even swollen lymph nodes and glands, but it's really just 1% of people that will have that more severe illness with encephalitis or meningitis, so really a small percentage. I should also mention that the risk for Eastern equine encephalitis remains remote, and EEE is a much more serious but much more rare disease also spread by mosquitoes. So really, residents, I just want to remind everybody to protect themselves from mosquito bites, especially during dusk and dawn. And then in response to the large amount of rodent activity, I wanted to update the board on what the department's been doing in cooperation with community stakeholders, but also other departments. We continue to work with restaurants, landowners, and town departments to combat the growing rodent population. When complaints are received, inspectors visit the area and actually identify any contributing factors, such as improper waste storage, lack of pest treatment, or overgrown brush in the vicinity. Rodents are highly adaptive. Residents are very adaptive too. But rodents can change their behavior and really find harborage in food sources and really respond to our changing behavior. Many cities have seen surges in rodent activity related to really a lot of behavior changes during the pandemic and things like outdoor dining. Combating these growing populations takes time and a lot of effort from multiple owners to remove food and shelter sources and to work to decrease populations. Luckily, to date, a lot of the complaints have been outdoor sightings. Our concern for health risks really elevates when we see infestations in indoor settings, whether it be a home or a restaurant or a business, because that's where the risk of bites and contamination of food, which obviously increase the risk of disease. So that's when we really have public health concerns, when we see indoor infestation. And so that's why it's really important for businesses and homeowners and residents to ensure their buildings are secure against rodent entry, especially in areas where we are seeing a lot of activity. Together, departments have really taken aggressive action, including shutting down construction sites where violations were observed, treating public property aggressively, eliminating burrows, cutting down areas where outdoor dining can't be maintained in a clean and sanitary manner, pruning back vegetation, and issuing citations for commercial and residential properties to improve storage of trash and recycling. And also improperly maintaining properties that might provide food and harborage for rodents. Actually, just today, Commissioner Galantine and I met with residents, and we have another future meeting in the coming weeks with other neighborhood groups to try and communicate what the town is doing in response. In addition, we'll be reviewing and updating our solid waste regulations to help with enforcement in waste storage and removal. As we continue to respond, we really hope that bringing the rodent task force together will really help us look at preventative measures we can take across the community, really engaging with stakeholders. And we're going to start by looking at what some of our neighbors have done, because they've been doing some interesting work in this realm. see if that's been productive for them. And then lastly, like I said, engaging with businesses and really develop some best practices. Lastly, I just want to remind residents, if they do want to issue a complaint for rodents, we did set up the email ratreports@brooklinema.gov, and we also have a phone extension where you can leave a message, 617-730-2308. And if it's okay with the chair, I know later in your agenda you are speaking about town meeting, and I just wanted to say that the moderator and I did have a conversation about that.
Of course, please.
Okay, great. So the moderator, like I said, had reached out, and unfortunately, we really don't know what the fall is going to look like in relation to COVID, and many public health experts are expecting a surge in the fall. And I think it'd be useful to use the remote option since it's still available to us, not knowing what sort of surge we're going to see in the fall in the coming months. Cases this summer have been steady, but higher than we saw last summer. And as a reminder, everybody can track Brookline and regional data on our data dashboard, which is up on the health department website.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for everything that you're doing. I know that there have been a number of residents that feel like we're not either doing anything or not doing enough. We are doing what we can given the resources that we have. And this is not just a Brookline issue. Any comments or questions by select board members? John?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Sigal. And also, although she's not here to hear this, I want to say thank you to Erin Galentine, who's been very, very much involved and on top of this. The reason I raised my hand is that I happen to have been at a small business committee meeting earlier today, and it was a great opportunity to hear from some folks who are in the Coolidge Corner, Brookline Village, and other business communities, commercial communities in Brookline. And it probably doesn't need any amplification, but I'm going to amplify anyway, because it was amazing how when the subject of rodents came up, everybody had a story to tell, and everybody said the same thing, that it's the worst they've ever seen it. And one person said that they'd been in business in the Washington Square area for 20 years. It's the worst that they've seen in 20 years. And there did emerge from the discussions a couple of ideas that might be helpful. So I'm just going to put them on the record. One is that some, but not all, of the rodent activity is being stirred up by construction. And when it is a result of construction activity, what that essentially means is that it's one thing for the town to exercise enforcement against the contractor, and they do, that they have to eradicate rodents on site. But what that means to adjacent businesses and neighborhoods is that the rats flee the site and then become a problem in the adjacent streets and for the adjacent businesses. So the idea that emerged was it should be more than just a matter of enforcing contractors to eradicate on site, but that contractors should be levied some kind of revenue for the town to then deal with the rat problem that has resulted in the adjacent neighborhoods and for the adjacent businesses. Because it doesn't end when it ends for the contractor and that particular building site. So that was one idea that emerged, and another one that emerged was that the town, in response to overflowing trash bins a few years back, pulled the open trash bins from the commercial areas and substituted these big belly bins that close automatically and sort of signal when they are full. All of which is fine, but there aren't enough of them, and that they're too far apart. And according to the merchants who experience this on a daily basis, and as a result, people essentially don't know. They don't go to where the next big belly is. They eventually just sort of drop the trash on the street, or they leave it on a bench, or they park it in a tree lawn. You name it. But not all the trash is finding its way to the big bellies, and the feeling among some of the people at this meeting was we need more of those big bellies. So just put those two things on the record.
Thank you. Any other select board members? Miriam?
Thank you. I just want to bring everyone's attention to Brookline Rec is offering a new pilot program for 150 spots available to families in need for the fall for rec soccer, flag football, track and field, lacrosse, street hockey, the Blast babysitter and CPR course, which my daughter took and loved, and aquatics. And basically, if you live in VHA or if you get free or reduced lunch, you qualify. So please pass this along to folks you know. And we hope to see a robust utilization. We'd love to see all 150 spots filled. And thank you to the ARPA committee and to Brookline Rec and to Deborah Brown and the petitioners of warrant Article 26 for making this happen. So this is really how we all work together to better our community. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Any other, Bernard?
If Sigal is finished, I'd like to make a announcement.
Let's move on. She did such a
Okay.
good job that,
It's very helpful.
thank you very much.
So I'd like to just mention that I had the great honor of presenting the select board's resolution honoring Chobe Hoy on her 90th birthday to Hope Chobe at her birthday party at the Courtyard Marriott last Thursday. Also honoring Chobe was Representative Tommy Patola, who presented her with a resolution in the Massachusetts House of Representatives. And here's what's really kind of cool. Greetings conveyed by Tommy from Vice President Kamala Harris, who was in Boston on Thursday. She met with some legislators, and Tommy had the good forethought to ask or tell her about Chobe and what Chobe meant to Brookline, and she sent her greetings to Chobe. So Chobe, I know, really appreciated our resolution as well as other greetings that she received. So that's it.
Great. Did I see John and then Mike?
Thank you again. Yes, I was saving a couple of announcements for the official announcement period, and I apparently were in it. So here we go. First of all, at the same time as this meeting tonight, there's a Park and Rec Commission meeting. And one of the items on the agenda is pretty special in my view. And that is John Vane is basically going to be, announcing his intent to bring to an end his service to the Park and Rec Commission, most recently as chair. But we're talking about somebody who has served the Park and Rec Commission for 30 years. 30 years, folks. It's a long time. And I talked to him over the phone a couple of days ago, and he says, and I take his word for it, he never missed a meeting, even after he had had open heart surgery the week before. So, or aorta surgery. I might have got it a little bit wrong, but some kind of a major heart operation. He struggled and he made it to the meeting because that's just the kind of guy he is. So 30 years of service on the Park and Rec Commission for John Vane. And when I said I talked to him on the phone, I can guarantee you that was a landline because John doesn't do cell phone and John doesn't do email and John doesn't do text, but John ran a good, operation on the Park and Rec Commission. I think it was well respected by his peers. Obviously, they elected him chairman, many times over, and chair, I should say, many times over. And he's one of a kind. And so, John, I know you're speaking your words of wisdom to the Park and Rec Commission tonight. Sorry, I can't be there, but we're thinking of you, and you were a pretty special person to the town of Brookline. So, second special person to the town of Brookline that I want to mention is someone who passed away at age 103.
Wow.
And we're talking about Agnes Rogers. And that's a name that's going to be very familiar to, let's say, old timers in Brookline, because in her prime, she was as important a person on the Brookline scene as anybody is today. She was, and the word of the passing of Agnes Rogers was put out by Ruth Ann Dobeck, who knows, as well as anyone, the contributions that Agnes made to Brookline. I'm just going to read what Ruth Ann sent out. Our legendary and beloved Agnes Rogers passed away peacefully on July 29th, surrounded by her loving family. Agnes was in her 103rd year and a lifelong Brookline resident. She was a longtime advocate for tenants' rights at public housing and a champion of older adults. One of her greatest efforts was fighting for the building of the Brookline Senior Center. Agnes was cherished for her political skill and ability to read a room and respond with vigor. She will be fondly remembered for her high heels and dancing at any opportunity. So Agnes, it was, if I may say, just on a personal note, my experience with Brookline goes back about 40 years, and I'm so glad that the early part of that offered me the opportunity to get to know Agnes and her contributions to Brookline.
Thank you for sharing that, John. Mike?
Thanks, Heather. I have a couple of nuts and bolts announcements. One is that the athletic field surface task force held its first meeting Monday morning. I have to say that everyone introduced themselves, they explained their credentials, and we have a very highly qualified group of people on this task force that I'm looking forward to working with. I'm sure that I'm going to learn a lot, and I hope that in the course of the discussions that we have, the public will as well, and of course we'll have a report that these folks will be contributing to. And then the Ranked Choice Voting Committee is having its first meeting. It's on a Sunday, and I apologize for that. And there will not be future meetings on Sundays, but it was the only day that we could find in order to get ourselves started in August. And that's going to be Sunday, August 14th at 11 o'clock in the morning. And that, I believe, will be posted shortly on the town calendar. So those are the 2 points that I wanted to make.
Didn't realize I had muted myself. Thank you very much for seeing to those efforts, Mike. Any other announcements before we move into public comment? Seeing none, let's move into public comment. John, will you take over?
I'd be happy to. Thank you to the public for joining us for public comment. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you'd like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. And Devin, do we have public?
At this time, there are 25 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So we'll just give it another second to see if anybody raises their hand. Otherwise, we will go into miscellaneous. Okay, I guess we're moving into miscellaneous. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
So the first up on miscellaneous is the moving the meeting minutes from July 26th. Anyone have any edits, comments? Seeing none, I will move approval for the meeting minutes from our July 26th meeting All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And let me read the rest of the miscellaneous agenda. Move approving the following authorization to hire requests in the rec department: recreation leader, administrative lead teacher after school. Approving the authorization to hire request for a group leader in the Council on Aging department. Approving the authorization to hire request for the assistant to the library director in library administration. Approving and authorizing the chair or her designee to execute an extension of a CDBG developer agreement between the town of Brookline and the Brookline Improvement Coalition, BIC, for a roof replacement project at BIC's 154-156 Boylston Street property. The term of the agreement shall be extended to September 31st, 2022. Approving a contract with Thompson Waterproofing, Inc. in the amount of $598,000 for the exterior envelope repair project 5 buildings, Brookline, Massachusetts. Accepting a grant in the amount of $51,889 from the state's Community Compact Cabinets Municipal Fiber Grant Program related to expanding the town's municipal fiber optic infrastructure. Moving delegating signatory authority for the round 1 ARPA grant recipients to select board members Miriam Ashkenazi or Mike Salmon. Accepting a gift in the amount of $4,815.75 for the Brookline Commission for the Arts related to their fundraising event held on June 10th, 2022. These funds will be used to support public art. And finally, moving a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to Lars Anderson Auto Museum for a wedding to be held on August 27th, 2022 from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. 70 people are expected. All those in favor? John, did you have a comment? Okay.
Yeah, yes, if I may. I have comments, questions about 7F and 7H. How would you like to proceed?
Ask away.
All righty. So 7F is this contract with Thompson Waterproofing, $598,000 envelope repair project, 5 buildings. And every time I read it, I kept thinking, what are the 5 buildings? And I couldn't find evidence of the 5 buildings in the documentation. Can we get the information as to what the 5 buildings are?
I think I saw Jay Hersey in the attendees list. I'm not sure if he is the correct person to be promoted. What's your other question, John?
My other question actually is 7H, question of delegating a signatory authority for ARPA grant recipients to Miriam and Mike, Miriam Ashkenazi and Mike Sandman, 2 colleagues who I couldn't have more respect for them, but I'm a little bit concerned about this notion of granting just the 2 of them signatory authority. We're talking about, in round 1, $20 million worth of grants, and then, probably another 20 million in round 2. And, if you take as an example, the 7G, which was much more sort of typical of how we do these things, and it was a much smaller amount, $51,889. And in that case, it was a CDBG grant, and excuse me, I think I just quoted it wrong, but there was a grant on this list that was to be basically signed off on by the chair, and that was 7E, excuse me. So you had a grant or an appropriation of CDBG funds for BIC, and then the idea is to authorize the chair to execute this. So I get authorizing the chair. I get the situations in which we as select board members, all 5 of us, have signed off on, multi-million-dollar bond issues, but $40 million and then putting it just on 2 members of the board, truthfully, I feel it puts them in a spot that isn't enviable. If anything is ever questioned about any of these grants, I feel like all 5 of us should be part of the responsibility for signing off on those grants.
So I see Miriam with her hand up. I also would like to hear from the town administrator, why it was done this way. Miriam?
Well, I think maybe you want to hear from Melissa or Tyler or Mel first, but I was just gonna say, my understanding, this would just be to sign the letters of the grants that this board has already voted on.
Yeah,
And this
we've
is
already
very
voted on
specific-
all of
This
this.
is very specific for round one. I mean, it literally says round one in the request. So Mel, Melissa, or Tyler can correct me, but
I frankly don't know why this was put on, whether, the board subcommittee signs them or I sign them. I think they're pretty basic agreements, if you ask me, but I don't know why this particular motion was brought forward. I didn't do it myself.
Melissa, do you have any?
I can shed some light on this. We are in the process of refining the scope and working on grant agreements with all of the award, all the outside agencies that have received grant funding. Town council is working on a memorandum of agreement. I anticipate that all of the language will be pretty standardized, and that there won't be. It's really just to execute the agreements once we have all the information that we need from the people that have received the award, so that we can move forward with the program. We felt it would be easier to delegate that, because essentially the terms would be the same for all of the grantees, where these are kind of contract templates that town council is working on, and that it would just be a matter of executing the documents once they're finalized.
Okay. I mean, if it's a deal breaker, I can sign the letter. I could be the signatory, or Mel can be the signatory. But this is something that the board has already approved. It's now just entering into those agreements with those recipients that we approved as a board.
And if there are specific projects that you're concerned about that you would rather have the board review as a whole, we're happy to kind of take those and put those in front. This is really just a way to try and expedite, what we understand that, it's been a slower process because we are trying to get everything aligned with reporting. So it was really just in terms of trying to, expedite once we have everything set up, kind of ready to move the projects forward.
Okay. While we figure out whether or not, Miriam and Mike are the right designees, let's talk about the response about 7F, the buildings. I understand that both Mel and Devin have found the projects, but again, I will reiterate, if there is something missing from the packet, please try to reach out ahead of the meeting so that you're not putting staff on the spot, because the staff member who could answer this question is not in attendance here tonight. Mel?
Well, while Mel's signing back on, I will say that I'm familiar with the way we do the roof projects and the envelope projects kind of in a similar fashion, where we have a packet, we have a plan that the building department has. We had a study done several years ago that essentially has a program for both roof and envelope replacement. And to the extent that the building department is able to put these bids out in a way that provides savings, we can kind of escalate the plan. So, we have a program that's in place. We have buildings identified that these are going to go for, but if there's savings along the way and there's other projects that are kind of next in line, then those would also get funded as well. And I think Devin just put in the chat, so I'll just say it out loud. So the main library, the public safety building, Sewell, Fire Station 4, and Lars Anderson.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mike?
Sorry, one very small thing. My Zoom name here is Mike Sandman, but if I'm going to sign something on behalf of the town, the document itself should read Michael A. Sandman. That's my legal name.
John?
Yeah, I hope this isn't imposing. I just wanted to explain a little bit further why this raised concerns for me. And Melissa can correct me if I'm wrong. These are, as I understand it, these are the memoranda of understanding with the grant recipients as to what is expected of them in order to fulfill the requirements of receiving and spending that money?
It's, similar to what we execute with CDBG. So basically, here is your grant award, here is the program that you're getting funded for, and here's the expectation for the reporting and other requirements associated with that obligation.
And does the signing of it indicate that the signatories have found the recipients to, have been truthful and to be qualified to make the commitments that they are making in the agreement? Because if that's the case, and I must say, I assume that's the case, I just think that burden should fall on the board as a whole, or the chair, but to find, 2 members of the board who are granting the money in the first place, making the initial recommendation to grant the money, and then, put them in the position of having to be responsible for whether the recipients indeed have met the requirements of an MOU to then receive the money, I find to be an undue burden to put on just 2 members of the board.
All of that would be done by staff anyway, whether it's me or Mel.
I'm not sure of your point.
I guess I'm not sure about your point. It sounds like you expect Mike and Miriam to do all the dotting of the I's and crossing the T's about, whether or not they're conforming. That's why we have staff.
Mm-hmm. Well, the wording of the vote says authorize these 2 to sign the memoranda of understanding, and that's,
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's not the due diligence about whether or not these people are meeting their obligations. That is federal government. That is local. I'm sure that there is some state involved. That's not going to be just Mike and Miriam, calling around and saying, hey, you guys following ARPA regulations?
We're not writing the memoranda.
Yeah, no, I get that.
We're signing on behalf of
I've
the
expressed
board.
myself, and if people don't agree with me, they don't agree with me. That's fine.
Okay. Bernard.
I'm
Yeah.
happy.
Bernard.
I think John raised an issue that is different from what he's mainly talking about. And that is, I think it'd be helpful for the board to have a copy of the template MOU along with all of the federal terms and conditions that are attached to it. And I think that answers some of the questions that John has, I think. But it's also something that, given the amount of money we're talking about and the significance of this program, the select board should have some familiarity with, the type of contract that we're entering into.
Yeah, I think, the timing of this being on the calendar and the workload in town council's office didn't really align. I think the original intent was to have a copy of the agreements in place, and we can hold it off until the next meeting so that you do have that.
Okay, so we'll strike, what was it?
Yep.
7G?
7H, I think.
7H.
Okay, 7H. And your other issue, John, was 7.
No, we dealt with the other one.
We
Yeah.
dealt with the other one.
Yeah.
Okay,
That was the 5 buildings. Yeah.
Miriam?
Thank you. I just want to, even though we struck this and we'll bring it up again, I just want to say to John, thank you for your concern for my well-being, but I am actually comfortable signing this MOU if my opinion matters in this at all.
Mhm.
So I just putting that out there. I appreciate that. We'll vote on it again another time. Thank you, Chair.
Mhm.
Okay, so I will move what I outlined minus 7H. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Mike, before we move on to the town administrator, you had an announcement that you forgot about?
Yeah, sorry about that. Last week, I was talking about events this week and next week for committee and task force meetings. Last week, the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee met and took a vote on a recommendation to the select board for NETA's request for extended hours. The conclusion was basically yes, with some conditions that we need to work out. And so I would, this would hopefully get worked out so that it'll be on the agenda for the 26th, is it? Of, no, sorry, 25th of our next meeting, whatever that may be, 25th, I think. I just wanted people to be aware that that got a thorough airing at a public meeting, and we came to a resolution.
Great, thank you for that update. So we can slide into our next agenda item, which is town administrator appointment. Any discussion? I know we had a listening session last select board meeting, so didn't know if anybody wanted to comment on what we heard or if you're prepared to talk about who you intend to support here tonight.
I think Miriam's got her hand up.
Thank you. Miriam?
Yep, thank you. So first, I want to really thank everybody who came out for the listening session, and I want to thank all the letters and emails, and I want to thank the Mel and Heather and all of those folks who are on the hiring committee. And you know, for me, I'm more than happy to tell you that I support Charlie. I think he really has, you know, when I'm looking to hire, and I hire a lot of people, I'm always looking for competencies. Job titles, I find, can be quite deceiving. And I really feel like he really fits all those competencies. And one of the things I really liked was when he didn't know how to do something, he said, I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna have to figure it out. And to me, that's really important, actually, because no one can do everything. And having some humility is really vital to being able to do the job right. So I'm very excited, actually, to support him, and excited to take this vote. Thank you.
Bernard.
Yeah, I have a little more to say. This has been very, very difficult. I've met with both candidates. I think that was critically important to really get a sense of, what's beyond their resume, their cover letter, and their, alleged competencies and job positions. I think we're still going to have somewhat, it's going to be a little bit of a risk because both candidates, don't have the type of credentials that would be a perfect fit for a town administrative position. But hopefully we can address some of that in the contract. And I think both candidates, have strong qualifications, but different qualifications. I will wholeheartedly support either candidate. They both have the requisite strengths and comparable weaknesses for which we have to provide support. Charles Carey, who is very personable, fits in best. But we have to be careful. We can't select someone for this position or any position just because they will fit in. And George Ramirez, I think, fits in differently with a different perspective and life experiences. And I can go through my pros and cons for each candidate, but suffice it to say that I think George has the type of experiences that are more specific to a town administrative position in this town. He's not perfect, but he has both the experiences as well as the connections to help support him here in Massachusetts. The experiences in dealing with issues from everything from housing to budgets and dealing with town meetings here in Massachusetts that I think push him over the edge. Again, I mean, if the vote is for Charles Carey, I will enthusiastically support him. I think he has the smarts to be able to overcome any deficits that I could find with him. So that's my thinking.
Mike, and then John.
So I will be voting for supporting the application of Charles Carey. I think that there is that we understand that what's missing. What's missing is a substantial depth of experience with town administration, and that's a significant issue. But I believe that we're taking an appropriate risk, giving the person's capabilities as we can discern them anyway, and also the kind of support that I think we'll both need and be able to offer. So that's my sense of it, and that I would not support Judge George Ramirez.
John?
Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for their comments. I went back and I listened again to the interviews that we did a few weeks ago before this afternoon, so that I would sort of have them fresh in my mind. And I came away from that experience all the more convinced that I would be voting for Charles Carey tonight. That is not to say that I disagree with Bernard's praise of the other candidate before us, who I think has done Brookline a great service by his presence in this process. I think he well deserved the compliments that Bernard paid him, and he well deserves Bernard's vote if that is to be. I just happen to think the stronger candidate is Charles Carey. And I want to say a word or two about what I learned about the town in this process. This town, no surprise to the members of this board, has a lot of people who really want to see us as a select board succeed, and they really want to see the next town administrator succeed. And there's been widespread interest in this process, and people really showed up for the interviews, and they really showed up for the listening session, and they made contributions with their comments. And I think they helped some of us sort of make up our minds with their comments. One of the messages that they delivered to us, which I think deserves to be heard, is that there were very strong candidates potentially for this position who for various reasons didn't apply. And those candidates should definitely, I think, feel the love that has been expressed by people in this town who were hoping and wishing, and even when it was clear that it was not to be, that the particular person that they had in mind, for various reasons had not applied for the position, they were still hoping that there would be a chance for others to also be considered for the job of town administrator. I think that's a great tribute to the quality of the staff that we have. And I hope they fully appreciate how valued they are in this town. And I do think that we have a good chance of getting off to a good start with our next town administrator. But a big part of that is going to be the team around the town administrator. And I hope that we have a chance to make that team as strong as it possibly can be. And I think that's the next thing that we have to focus on, is making sure there's a strong team around the new town administrator.
Any other comments? Should we move Charles Carey's name and see how the vote works out? Okay.
Yes.
I will move that Charles Carey be appointed as the next town administrator. All those in favor? And before I take the vote, let me just explain what this means. So we will, depending on the outcome of this vote, if it is affirmed that he is the candidate that we wish to appoint as our next town administrator, our consultant, Bernie Lynch, who you see, who is in attendance and is available for questions, and I've asked him to explain what the next steps are once we kind of get through this initial vote. We then enter into contract negotiations. And once that contract is worked out, that comes back before this board and in public session where everybody sees the terms of the contract. But it's not like we take this vote and everything then is settled. This is a step in the process towards making it official. So with that said, I will move Charles Carey to be appointed as the next administrator. All those in favor? Bernard?
I'd like to defer my vote till the end since I chose George Ramirez.
Okay, I'll put you after me, if that's satisfactory. Okay, all those in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Bernard?
Aye.
Okay, it is unanimous. So any comments? Maybe I think I saw Charles in the attendees. I feel bad that I've kind of sprung this on him, but didn't know if he wanted to say anything. I don't know if I'm seeing him in the attendees now. Maybe Devin can confirm. And then I will turn to our consultant, Bernie Lynch, just giving him a heads up.
I don't think Charles is in the attendees, but maybe
Okay.
the list that we're looking at doesn't have everybody. I don't know.
Okay. So I can also move a second part of the vote, which is to designate who is going to negotiate the contract terms. The language I was given by town council says moving that the chair or her designee be delegated the authority to negotiate on behalf of the board a contract with Charles Carey to become our next town administrator, subject to agreeing to a contract and completion of any background checks, as well as any other requirements as determined by the Director of Human Resources, typically required of new town employees. Is there any discussion about that proposal? Bernard?
Yeah, I'd like the board to have an opportunity to suggest some provisions to the contract. For example, I think I'm not the only one who thinks that given the lack of specific town administrator experience of both of our candidates, that it would be prudent to include a provision that sets a 18-month period, probationary period, so that we can set some specific goals and benchmarks during that period to just make us more comfortable.
Okay. Any provisions will certainly be considered. Please send them to me and Bernie, the consultant. Bernie has lots of experience working out these types of contracts. He will probably take the first blush. I'll review. And of the items that specific board members want us to address, I will work with the consultant to see if that is something that can be worked in. Any other immediate, Mike?
Yeah, I just want to confirm that I know that this is the case, that it's sort of Bernie Lynch is sort of like our if we were in the process of selling a house, our real estate agent, in that his job is to represent us. And I want to make sure that the public understands that that's the case. Certainly, he's brought the candidate forward, but his job is he works for us in this situation.
Bernie, maybe you can kind of take over now and walk the board through what the next steps are now that we've voted who we want. And the vote on the table is to establish a designee to work with you on the contract. Oh, you're muted.
Okay, let me respond first to Mike's question. Throughout this entire process, I represent the town. Just by example, I often get calls from candidates asking me to represent them before communities that they may be, and I work for communities. I work for the towns. So the same will go with this negotiation of a contract. I may try to act as somewhat of a sort of making suggestions to meet people at some type of common ground. But at the end of the day, I work for the town of Brookline. In terms of the process, I did, and I apologize, I've got sort of in two places at once tonight, and I do apologize for that. But I wanted to be here for this important decision. I do know that you made a decision, you made an appointment, pending negotiation of a contract and any further background checks. I think that the next steps in this are working with the town council and the board's representative, which is generally the chair, to put together a draft contract to submit to the candidate, the selection, and then engage in some discussions back and forth over the terms of that before coming back to the board with the final contract. Bernard's recommendation regarding the language, anything that members have that they think would be helpful, those conditions, again, I think as the chair has said, send those on and we'll try to work those in as best we can to the agreement. So that was how I would see it moving at this point.
Any other questions or comments before I take that vote? Again, any information, we'll try to circulate. Bernie, would it be possible to circulate kind of what the standard agreement looks like?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the incumbents agreement, but there is a standard agreement that's utilized here in Massachusetts and actually utilized through the ICMA, the International City and County Management Association. It's very similar that we can put out there.
Great. That might help you kind of, frame what you are seeing and what you expected to see and maybe don't see so that we can customize it.
Yep.
So all those in favor of appointing me the designee to work with the consultant and town council to come back to this board with a contract with terms that will be reviewed in open session before we vote to approve it. Say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Bernie.
All right. Thank you. I'll be in touch. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments before we move on from this topic? Don't forget, we are trying to find a date for the retreat, and we're hoping to have both Mel and the next town administrator attend that so that we can talk about what the transition looks like and our expectations moving forward. So I know Devin has been in touch with you about availability. Then we will move on to our licensing.
Good evening.
Good evening, Stephanie.
How are you all?
Very good.
Do you want to say what we're here for, or should I say what we're here for?
If you want to do just a little introduction. I I saw
Sure.
fat duck, and I'm originally from Portland, Maine, and I'm like, does she mean duck fat?
Yeah, no, it's Fat Duck LLC.
Okay.
They're
That's also very good.
DBA and they're doing business as Mahaniom, which is a wonderful restaurant in Brookline Village. I hope you've all tried it. If you haven't, you have to go. It's really fabulous. And they're seeking, they're at 236 Washington Street. They're seeking to increase their hours. They're looking for a 2 a.m. license, primarily for special events and private parties. They've really drawn a very lovely business. You go there any evening, you don't have to wait, and it's become very popular. So they are hoping that with extra hours, they will be able to increase the business that they do and, you know, offer events that they haven't been able to offer to smaller, small events and private parties. So the current hours are Monday through Thursday, 9 to 11, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 11:30, and Sunday, 12 to 10. And their requested hours at this hearing are Sunday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. There are other restaurants in Brookline Village that do have 2 a.m. license, including Blossom Bar and Magnolia. And none, as far as we know, there have not been any issues or complaints. So we believe that it will fit in well with the local community there in Brookline Village. And Champagne Bunak, who is one of the owners of the restaurant, is here at the hearing and is happy to answer any questions the board may have.
So I guess just a clarification, will the regular hours will be till 2 a.m. or will this just be kind of on an as needed basis?
So the regular hours will be 2 a.m. But, well, Champagne, maybe you can speak to that. Champagne, do you want to
Sorry.
speak?
Yep.
Oh, no, that's okay.
My kids just start talking, so I
Always.
yeah. So we're gonna operate like until 11:30. At the moment, we're gonna be only do for the special event. When people like requesting us to do the special event.
So initially, it will just be the special events and private parties, and maybe as business develops, it will shift a little bit, but most likely only for the weekends.
Yeah.
Mel?
The Sunday hours, you know, don't typically require or allow sales prior to noon, but there is the new brunch law. Is that what you're intending to do on Sundays?
On Sunday, I normally open at noon anyways and then close at 10. So it's I'll stay that right away. Like
Okay. Well, it says 10 a.m.
We
Monday
did
to
seek
Sunday.
that extended period in the event that they did want to do lunch, so we didn't have brunch rather. So, you know, to avoid having to come back before the board.
That's fine. It's pretty routine. I just wanted to clarify that you have to actually adopt their, you know, that brunch or apply for that brunch, which is pretty standard for us. So we'll
Okay.
accept that.
Got it.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Miriam, was that a hand raise?
No, but I can't wait to try your restaurant. I've been looking at the pictures on Google. It looks amazing.
Thank you.
Any other comments? 2 a.m. is a little late, but they aren't the only game in town that is open that late in this area. How are people feeling? Should I move the vote?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, let's move the language and see what happens. I move approving the application for a change in all alcohol and common vic hours for Fat Duck LLC, doing business as Mahaniom at 236 Washington Street, Brookline, Massachusetts, 02445. From Monday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., Friday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., Sunday, 12 p.m. to 10 p.m., to the new hours, Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. All those in favor? Bernard?
I'll vote aye, and I'd like to just add that fat duck results in great duck fat. to
Yes.
cook the potatoes in things. So I love the name.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Next, we have a noise bylaw waiver that actually, oh, good, okay. Was supposed to be at 7:20, but we are past that. Mr., is it Parenti?
Yes, how you doing? I'm Mike Prenti with Bay State Engineering.
Hello, walk us through what you are requesting of us.
We're looking to install the water lines at 1180 Boylston Street. Where we're actually doing the work is on the northbound 2 lanes of Hammond Street, but it's in real close proximity to the intersection of Route 9. And so we're looking to, at the direction of the detail officers we've already started some work out there, but it's created, a traffic disruption as we're moving across the road. So we're looking to get that ordinance to be able to work at night where we create less of a problem.
Well, you think that you're creating less of a problem, but we usually get lots of complaints when work is going past 7 p.m. Miriam?
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right. This is the intersection of Hammond and Route 9.
Correct.
Near this, there's like a CVS, and I think it's not a ton of residential. I think on the other side of that is the tennis club.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So for anybody who's on the board is trying to imagine it, it's that corner of Route 9 in Hammond where Oishi used to be. There's a CVS, there's the bank. It's not a lot of residential there. I live very close to there. John, you know what I'm talking about. You live close to there too.
So walk me through what it would be like if you didn't get this waiver, like how long the project might take and the inconvenience versus if we approve this, like would that shorten the duration?
It would absolutely shorten the duration. We have 2 services running across the street and our pipe comes in, 20-foot lengths, which is basically takes up those 2 lanes. Being able to do it overnight, we'd get it done in one 8-hour shift. During the day, it could take up to probably 3 to 4 days.
Wow. Okay. Bernard, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, let me just be clear. Is this to the new apartment building that's going up on the southeast corner of Hammond and Route 9? It sounds like you're talking about the northeast corner.
It's on the eastbound side of Route 9 on the corner of Hammond.
Okay.
1180 Boylston is the address.
So I don't think this is going to be a big deal, but there are residential buildings around that location. And I assume you've contacted them and let them know what's going on.
We did put out flyers notifying them of this select meeting tonight. And we would obviously flyer again before the work to notify them of the work if we get approved.
Great. I would also include that it will only be for one night, and by doing it that way, you're not inconveniencing them for 3 or 4 days.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments about this request? John?
Yeah, just a quick one. I certainly hope that it'll only be for one night, but it looks like what we're voting on doesn't specify for how long. It specifies that they have a permit to do it overnight, but I don't see where it specifies how long unless I've missed something on what's in front of us.
Can staff weigh in on whether or not we should specify the duration? While we're trying to answer that question. Oh, good. I see Jay.
Yeah, good evening, everybody.
Hello.
I think it's best to kind of leave it up to the contractor. If it does take an additional day, it's not the end of the world. by the sound of it, it makes a whole lot of sense to give them permission to work at night versus during the day. It is a very, very busy intersection, and it can back up and cause a huge inconvenience to the folks in that area. So I think it's safe to allow them, you know, a couple days just to get it done at night. It's not that much work to get the lines from the mains in the street. They've already actually made the connections already. It's just bringing it onto the property. So that'd be fine.
Great. Let's hear from the public. Mike, did you have
Yeah,
something?
sorry, I just want to clarify so the noise bylaw kicks in at, what, 8 o'clock, something like that? And so the question is, how late will this work be going on? Work at night, does that mean work all night, or, and if you've gone over that and I wasn't paying attention, I apologize.
I would request probably an 8-hour shift, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., something like that.
Okay.
So let's hear from the public, but maybe we put a cap at 2 nights. And if you need additional time, you may need to come back to the board. But let's hear from the public since this is a public hearing. I've seen some questions in the Q&A. Devin, will you elevate anyone who raises their hand and wishes to make a public comment?
Yeah, the first person promoted is David Yu. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is Faith Yu, and we are an abutting resident to the construction site. There are 2 sides that have lots of families who live right next to the construction site. I agree with the point that there should be a limit and a very clear expectation to the noise, how long it's going to go for. 9 p.m. 5 to 5 a.m. are important hours for children to sleep during. So if that expectation can be made very clear, that can help us. And if it can be as short as possible, that would also be appreciated. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Natalia. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Hi, we are living right over here with construction, and we have kids who need to sleep at night. I don't think it's a good idea to do this at night. My windows is just like across of that construction. We have job in the morning. We need to go to work in the morning. I just don't see that from 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. it will be like, I don't know.
At this time, there are 25 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Mike, did you want to say something?
Yeah, so I've had some personal experience with a noise bylaw exemption that was supposed to close off at 11 o'clock actually, and it was the MBTA, and they continued until about 2 o'clock until I actually went down and sat on the front end loader bucket in order to get them to obey the limit that they had agreed to. I think backup horns have a significant ability. The noise that the horn carries a significant distance, and there are people who are living blocks away who are going to hear that backup horn at 2 and 3 in the morning, and that is just not acceptable to me. So I would vote for an 11 p.m. or even I suppose a midnight cutoff, but nothing beyond that.
Is that something that the contractor can agree to, or you still want the overnight?
If we agreed to a shorter shift like that, I mean, it would definitely extend the amount of nights we would have to be out there.
Yeah.
So 3?
Yeah. I mean, the longer time, it takes some time to get the site set up for where we need to get work done. and then clean it up and break it down at the end. So the longer the better for us. Obviously, we'll adhere to whatever you guys agree to, but
If we abide by a midnight cutoff, is 3 nights doable?
Starting at 9, or could we start earlier?
You could start earlier. I don't see why you couldn't start as early as you want. Our noise bylaw says that you should stop making noise past 7 p.m.
Okay.
Bernard?
So, yeah, 3 nights should be doable.
Well, that's great, but there's not much earlier they can start at that location. I mean, that traffic is really quite a bear, during rush hour and thereafter. So, is there a day that's going to be less inconvenient for residents, like Friday? I feel the needs of the residents, but want to make this as quick as possible too.
Well, I assume that they will have a traffic detail. So that's really up to the detail to make sure that traffic keeps moving. It will be inconvenient for folks, but the people we're hearing, a lot of folks, but I think the abutters are the ones that we need to take care of right now. They are our residents.
Our residents also travel that, and it's safety issues, but I'll go along with whatever you want.
Well, be sure to tell the traffic detail about your concerns about safety. Any other comments? So it's sounding like we will give permission up to 3 days to a midnight cutoff of the noise bylaw waiver. Thank you very much for working with us to address residents' concerns.
Yep. Thank you.
Any comments before I call the roll? All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, and please do keep us informed if you need additional time.
Will do.
And
Thank you.
residents will certainly let us know how you're doing.
I'm sure they will.
Andy Martineau.
Good evening.
Good evening. You are here for an inflammables license?
Apparently we need 2 of them.
Wow.
Standard protocol was brought to my attention as we were nearing occupancy for the Jerry building by the fire department that we needed to apply for inflammables license for the garage that's underneath the building, in anticipation of occupying the Asheville building on the other side of Hancock Village in the near future. We figured we'd just get both of them out of the way. So we applied for that as well. So that's why I'm here.
Great. Miriam.
In that 2 sentences, I read the application for the 90 and the 36, and I just could not figure out for the life of me what it was for. So in those 2 sentences, you have cleared everything up. Thank you.
Happy
Now
to
it
do
makes sense.
Yep.
Andy used to work for us in our planning department. We
I'm
were
old.
very sad to see him go.
I'm old news at this point. A former colleague used to tell me, give it 5 years and no one will remember your name. So
That is not true in your case. I see the chief on here. Maybe we should hear from him, and then this is a public hearing, so I will take comments from members of the public. Chief, is there anything that you'd like to say about these 2 applications?
No, this is pretty standard for our review, and everything is fine with us, and the buildings department and the fire department have both signed off on this. So we're all set with this.
Great. Thank you so much for your due diligence and for attending our meeting to convey that information. Any discussion before I open it up to the public? John?
And just to further clarify, so is this basically, we're talking about vehicles?
Yes, because of their gas tanks.
All vehicles. Okay, okay. All right. In case people are wondering if it's like underground storage or anything like that. Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I will. Oh, Bernard?
Yeah, I'd just like to know, maybe from Chief Sullivan, what are the risks of cars in underground garages or any garages that we are concerned with here?
It's the same risks for any parking area, whether it's underground or not. If it's underground or enclosed in any way, then there are other facilities that have to be put into place, like sprinkler systems and alarm systems and exhaust systems. So that's all in ratings of the walls and the structure. So that's all factored into wherever these structures are, whether they're open air structures, whether they're completely enclosed, whether they're outside. This is really just about the gasoline in the cars.
Okay. It's very helpful.
And keep in mind that this regulation has been on the books for quite some time, and technology has come.
Eliminated a lot of the problems.
I think this was more of a risk when this regulation was first adopted. Not to say that there is zero risk, but I think it's a lot less than it used to be. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
At this time, there are 22 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Thank you, Devin. Please let us know if that changes, but for right now, I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion from the board before I move the language to be voted? Seeing none, I will move that a vote on the request for an inflammables license at the following locations be approved: 101 Asheville Road and 120 Jerry Road. All those in favor, please say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Oh, going next. Oh, warrant articles and remote special town meeting request. I assume that we will have a few things to discuss tonight. Is Melissa joining us? Yes, she is. Thank goodness.
Good evening.
Good evening, Melissa.
This is our normal call. Come out wherever you are for warrant articles that board members may be working on that are outside of the norm of what we normally file, that you would like to have the board file as the select board. I will tell you that I am working on filing some articles on your behalf that are outside of the norm as well. One article that we're looking to file is to address the issue that we are facing with the tab going out of print circulation. We have a lot of requirements in our bylaws for publishing in a newspaper of general circulation. Now that there isn't a local paper, it's a very expensive endeavor to print in the newspaper of general circulation. I'm a little concerned about the price of the warrant going into the Boston Globe. So we are looking for alternatives, but we think it would be prudent for us to address the issue going forward in the bylaws. So that is one article that we'll be filing. We are likely going to be including an appropriation article for the fire station renovation project Obviously, that is something that the board has already voted to put on the ballot, so we would need an appropriation to support a successful vote. And obviously, if the vote wasn't successful, we wouldn't be moving the article. The other article that we'll be filing as well is with the board's agreement. I think it would be good to discuss it tonight. We had endeavored on an experiment at the last town meeting of having the board not take a position on all of the articles. There has been some people who have pointed out that there is a requirement in the bylaws that every article have a select board recommendation. So if the board felt that that experiment was successful and would like to make this a permanent change, we would file an article on your behalf to do that. We are also looking to file a budget amendment like we have traditionally done in the fall. This budget amendment seems to keep growing as we get closer to town meeting. We will likely continue the tradition that we started a couple of years ago of having a smaller special town meeting within the special in order to make sure that we wrap everything up in a timely way and we don't have to worry about the tax rate setting process and anything else that needs to be done within those time constraints. So a couple of things that are kind of looming out there for the budget amendment. I've been talking with the chief about the ordering of a fire truck that we currently have budget authorization for, knowing that things aren't getting cheaper and that there might be a potential to leverage some timing with the existing piece that we're ordering, whether or not we can fast track ordering the second piece, which was originally scheduled for fiscal 24. So that's something that we'll be talking about with the advisory committee as well. We think that we'll be able to save some money if we could place the order in by November, maybe shortly after town meeting. And the chief will talk more about that as well. On the bad news around inflationary environment, the Commissioner of Public Works informed me that the two park projects that we have currently underway came in over. So there's a question of needing additional authorization. They've already gone through value engineering exercise. So looking for additional capacity there as well. The CPA committee needs to fund the required reserves through the CPA. You recall in the spring that we just established the administrative budget and said we would have the committees meet and then make a recommendation on the allocation for the other funding that is needed for the CPA. So we'll be prepared to file an article that allows for that to happen as well. It will actually be included in the budget amendment. And then we are also, the departments that have been impacted by the bylaw requirements, in particular planning increased their fee schedule in order to address the new newspaper issue. So basically charging more in order to be able to meet the higher demand of printing in the Boston Globe. So the revenue has been increased, but the expenditure has not. So we would need to right size that in the budget amendment. So those are the things that I have floating around on my end. And if there are any other boards and commissions that the board is working on that have potential warrant articles, now's the time to start talking about it.
So before we go to that, the uneven, the unbalanced budget,
Yes.
is that something that we address with the budget amendment?
Yes, that will be we'll be appropriating TNC funds, which we do every year. We usually get our TNC allocation over the summer. The transportation board makes recommendations and then we use the fall town meeting to appropriate. And we usually use the budget amendment to come into balance with the changes in the state budget. Obviously, we have some movement in the state budget since town meeting voted, but then we also have to address the unbalanced budget as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Miriam, did I see a hand up? No? Okay. Any, Bernard?
Just for the record, I'm working on a warrant article to improve the complaint procedures in the bylaws that establish the diversity commission. And, the purpose is to create a reasonable process for people to file complaints that do not necessarily rise to the level of a complaint with the MCAD. So
Are you working with the commission on that?
I'm working with individuals in town.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it will be presented to the commission for comment before it's filed, of course.
Got it. Okay. So is it your intention that you bring it before the select board and it be a select board? No, this, you just wanted to let us
Sign
know.
on, but yeah, this is just
Okay.
giving
Something you're working on. Got it. Okay. Anyone else? John?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I heard mention of articles pertaining to fire stations that will require a debt exclusion. And I'm just wondering if we could get a little bit of a preview of what kind of timetable will be required, excuse me, where the Pierce School is concerned, assuming that there isn't going to be a sure knowledge of what the Massachusetts School Building Authority has approved until perhaps, I think it's December is what they're saying now. What has to happen at town meeting as a step towards the select board voting on whether there should be a debt exclusion?
So I believe that we've already addressed the issue of the November election because we have missed the timetable to add Pierce. And that my understanding is that the new target for a potential vote would be sometime at the beginning of the year, the calendar year. Bernard might have more information on what the plan is.
But where does the town meetings part roll out in all of this?
So we traditionally have had the election and then a town meeting vote following the outcome of the election.
So we'll turn to Bernard, but my understanding is the election might have happened towards the end of January, maybe first weekend in or first week of February. So it would be a spring town meeting. Bernard or Mel?
I was just going to clarify, Bernard, I'm sorry, that this town meeting has to vote an appropriation in any event. The vote, the electoral vote, the ballot vote isn't effective enough. It has to have both that and a town meeting vote.
Is there's a deadline after the override or the debt exclusion vote for town meeting to appropriate the funds, right? Or is there?
I don't think so. I think if the town meeting was to vote it in advance and as a conditional vote, depending on the ballot, there is a time frame. But I don't think after a ballot question, well, maybe it's a fiscal year or something, but I don't think months. There's no immediate deadline for that.
So the plan is to do a debt override in January or possibly February. I'd like to get this over with. But I think the question that John asked is, when does the select board know the cost of the project? And that's going to be way before that time. We have to finalize the cost probably, and I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but probably around October, if not earlier. And then the issue with the MSBA is that we have to get their sign off or approval at one of their bi-monthly meetings. And the meeting that we can meet is their December 21st meeting. So the select board will know the cost before anything's put on the ballot, if that's your question.
Okay.
Mike has his hand up.
Oh, thank you. Mike?
Yeah, and then there's my understanding is that we have a certain amount of time, I believe it's 90 days, but I'm happy to be corrected, between the time that MSBA approves, assuming that they do in December, approves the including MSBA funds in the project, which means that we do have to have an election before May. In order
well, they've already approved the project. We just got to get their approval of the budget that we've come up with.
Well, they've approved the project that is presumably being changed to some extent. Otherwise,
Well, I mean, we are cutting costs. We're not changing the project. I mean, if we change the project, for example, by not doing, I don't know, the garages or something, I mean, that would require reconsideration by the MSBA of the whole project. And we basically we'd be starting at ground zero with a, 2 or 3 year period before we get to a feasibility period.
Right. Well, that's what I'm concerned about avoiding, is that 2 or 3 year period on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm very concerned about the total cost. So it's the balance that I'm trying to understand what our options are, and what the timeline needs to be. If we don't need to have an election in the middle of the winter and can wait until May and still get the support of the MSBA for the project without going through the back of the line, that may be a more reasonable option, because we're likely to have an operating override on that same May ballot, and that would give the voters a coherent picture of what they're being asked to do.
And
Well, more to come on this topic. I'm not sure that it really is relevant to the fall town meeting, which is what we're trying to talk about during this agenda item. And Mike, is there any way that you could maybe put like a headset on? I'm getting some reports that people are having a hard time hearing you. Okay, so any other warrant articles that may be considered by this board for town meeting for this fall? And then we had to talk about the moderator's request.
Well, before we do that, I just want to make sure that I'm clear that the board is comfortable with me filing a warrant article, removing the requirement that you weigh in on all the articles. Just want to make sure it's okay with that.
I will stay silent since this was my idea and I think it was successful, but other people can weigh in.
Since I put the headphone on, I'll give it a try. How's that? Does that sound better?
I think so.
Okay. So I think it was an appropriate thing to do. I think it saved some time that on articles that honestly the town meeting doesn't need our chair's guidance. So I would certainly be in favor of changing the rules.
Miriam?
What Mike said.
John or Bernard?
Well, you have 3 votes, and I agree. So
Okay.
And you can weigh in again if you change your mind, Bernard. So now that we've gotten that squared away, the other item that we're talking about is the moderator's request to hold a remote town meeting. You should have that in your packet. I believe that she consulted with the health director, whom you heard from at the beginning of the meeting, and also the chair of the Disability Commission. And so the request is to hold town meeting remotely. If this is what the board chooses, then we would need to kind of set out notifications on the location, have the constable post, etc.
Miriam?
I'll just add that I think the CDICR also, Lloyd also chimed in that in terms of equity. So I'll be happy to say I'm a huge supporter of remote. I realize there are advantages of both in-person and remote, but I just think the issue of accessibility and equity in terms of the amount of participation for remote town meeting, not to mention, I think that Sigal is right. We're coming into a very unpredictable fall in terms of COVID. I think that the prudent thing is to remain remote for now.
I myself am getting very Zoom fatigued, but with everything unknown, we have to make a decision now so that everybody is on the same page. I'm open to this request. Bernard?
Yeah,
And then John?
I'm getting Zoom fatigue too. And I hope that the convenience of a remote town meeting does not mean that we are permanently going to be remote with town meetings, because at some point we really have to get back to normal. And that is, in-person interactions with your colleagues on governance.
John and then Mike?
Yes, I was going to say something similar to what Bernard said. I'll put it in a slightly different way. I think clearly this coming town meeting is going to be remote and for good reasons. And we heard from the Segal earlier tonight as to the most important of those reasons having to do with public health. However, I just think in taking this vote and whenever this comes up in the future, we do want to be very careful that we don't stipulate as reasons for the Zoom treatment of the meeting as opposed to in-person treatment of the meeting, then sort of back us into a corner that essentially we have said by our decision on a meeting in particular, that actually these meetings for the rest of all, for all time to come, really have to be Zoom to meet the requirements of equity or to meet the requirements of access or to meet the requirements of you name it. So I just think we got to be, we got to walk this line carefully. And I'm more than happy that we're taking our time to do this one as a remote meeting. But I do think we got to keep in mind the ultimate goal should be to get back to in-person meetings.
Mike?
Yeah, so the legislation that allows us to have remote meetings expires, I believe, at the end of March. And unless the state legislature listens to our request and the request of other towns to authorize hybrid meetings, then we will have to be in person once the legislation expires. The advantage of a hybrid meeting is that those who want to stay home can, and those who want to come to the meeting can, and it deals very effectively with the disability issue, and I believe also with the equity issue. So I'm hoping that the legislature will listen. I'm hoping that our state rep will apply his very considerable energies to persuading the legislature.
Miriam?
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, I 100% hope we can do hybrid. And I would 100% continue to support remote because I do think equity is and accessibility are, in fact, the most important things in getting people involved in town government. So I think we're gonna have to we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that, John. But to me, I would absolutely support equity and accessibility if hybrid wasn't an option, I would support equity and accessibility over anything else. I agree with Mike, hybrid would be the most ideal. And I also have to say, I agree with you, Heather, Zoom fatigue is real and I feel it too. But I think prioritizing accessibility and equity are really important to me, as important as public health, personally.
So the moderator has requested that the fall town meeting be 100% virtual. Bernard, did you want to make a comment before?
That I agree. We have to, hybrid makes the most sense, but even with a hybrid town meeting, we're gonna have to deal with the fact that we have to make some form of accommodation for people who have trouble getting to an in-person meeting. You don't want to make a sort of two-tier citizenship system where people who are able-bodied can go to town meeting at the high school and those in wheelchairs can't. So we're gonna have to figure out some way of accommodating people who do have serious difficulties doing in-person meetings, and we just got to solve this problem. I mean, it's not an impossible problem to solve, but we better just start figuring out what can be done.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised that we were using the auditorium of the high school, given how difficult it was to access the auditorium. I mean, for those of us that remember a time before Zoom world, you access the auditorium through a number of stairs. If you had to use a wheelchair, you somehow had to get into that part of the building without using those stairs that got into the building where the elevator was. And then you had to go up and over and then down. Okay, so the moderator has made a request to the select board, and it is up to us to either honor that request or use different judgment. How are people feeling about the request that the moderator has made? Should I move the language that she submitted? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm seeing some nodding of the heads. So I will read the request. I move approval of the moderator's request for a remote special town meeting for fall 2022. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you, Melissa. If you can communicate that to Kate and then we'll communicate that to town meeting.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, so our next agenda item, I put on this because it was my intention, based on the budget remarks that I made at town meeting in the spring, that we were going to talk about Brookline's form of government. I don't really have a structure for this conversation, but I think it's long overdue that the board, being the executive function of the town, talk about whether or not we think this particular form of government is still working. I'd be interested in hearing others' thoughts. I have my own, but I will reserve them. John? You're muted.
Sorry about that. This is a question about, the order in which we're taking things. Is it possible that we could dispense with the one remaining other item on the agenda, if there are, in fact, people present who are waiting for us to deal with that, so that we can then feel a little bit more liberated to have a longer discussion of the form of government?
I think that's an excellent idea. Anyone else want to dispense with the board commission appointments first, and then we only have this open discussion left on our agenda? Okay, let's do that. Let me get back to my notes. So we are skipping ahead to boards and commission appointments. The first up is a Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. This is a reappointment of Jessica Chico for a 3-year term expiring in 2025. Any comments or questions about this, Miriam?
I'll just say, as the select board representative on this committee, I highly support this reappointment.
Great. I've heard good things. John?
Yeah, and you're going to hear more good things. Jessica's a terrific member of that commission, and her work on the immigrant committee is just fantastic. But all of her work is great. I did want, I don't know, Devin, you're there. Can we get an update on the appointments that are not in front of us tonight, as to whether there has been an indication of interest by the two who are up for reappointment to be reappointed, or have they indicated otherwise? Because this is this unique situation that applies only to CDICR, where, it's in the bylaw that there has to be a determination of renewals of terms in August.
So I am emailing those folks. All folks who had terms expiring in 2023 should have received an email back in June. And I'm just going to circle back with the remaining ones who I haven't heard from to confirm if they plan to apply for reappointment.
Thanks.
Miriam, have you had conversations with those folks? Do you know more?
I don't know more about those. I think we're talking about the two, Malcolm Cawthorn and Irvin Allen. But I can, Devin, if you want to CC me on the follow-up emails with them, I can also follow up with them. But I do want to say that we do realize that there are quite a few vacancies, and I am working actively on recruiting some fresh and hopefully, new folks to fill in those vacancies, but it's a process. So be patient with me as we work to fill out this committee, which is still missing quite a few people.
Okay, well, this is one appointment that we can address. So the motion was to reappoint Jessica Chico for a 3-year term expiring in 2025. All those in favor? Bernard,
Yeah, I enthusiastically vote yes.
John,
Yes.
Miriam,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. So Indigenous Peoples' Day Celebration Committee, I know John has been working on that. This would be the appointment of Nancy Goldner for a 2-year term expiring in 2025. This committee has been fairly critically low on members. Any questions or comments before I call the roll? John? You're muted again.
Yeah, a quick comment, which is simply that you give me too much credit. I claim no credit at all for this particular appointment. I am blown away by the qualifications of Nancy, and I think it's wonderful she's come forward.
Excellent. So I will move to make her official, the appointment of Nancy Goldner for a 2-year term expiring in 2024. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Finally, the Economic Development Advisory Board, I believe this woman interviewed last time we met, Zena Talj. I think we all enjoyed her interview. Any questions or comments before I move the approval of her 2-year term expiring in 2024? Seeing none, I will move for her to be appointed. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Can I request a very brief bio break? Because I want my full attention to this next conversation. I think it's very important. So give me just 2 minutes. Okay, I am in the right frame of mind now. Thank you. Who wants to kick us off?
Why
John.
Why not, right? How much time you got?
Well, I think the interesting thing is when you and I talked about this last summer, because I wanted us to have this conversation, I think you were in a different place. And now that you've served on the board for a couple of years, what, if anything, has either changed your mind or, you know, where did you start and where are you now?
Okay. So I'll confess that, you know, I'm not quite sure what place I'm in, but, you know, that's a moving target. You're correct. Anyone who decides to undertake service on the select board in the future, good luck to you. You will discover that your thinking kind of changes over time as to the effectiveness of the current form of government that we have. So I have been making because I knew this would come up, and by the way, thank you very much to our chair for taking the initiative to put this in front of us and to get this discussion going, because the one thing I can say for sure is this is a discussion we need to have. At the end of the day, if it results in a question going on the ballot at some point in the future that would result in Brookline having to decide whether to change its form of government to something like a mayoral council form of government, I can't even tell you today how I would vote on that. I do think we've got to have the discussion, we've got to have the conversation, we've got to look at the options, and we have to let the voters, ultimately, we've got to educate the voters, and then we got to let them decide, because we're at kind of a moment in time where I think any one of us could name a number of things that we'd like to see Brookline be able to do, let's just say, you know, more expeditiously. And I'll leave it at that. I have made a little bit of a habit, since I knew this was going to be coming up, of learning as much as I can about other communities and how they choose to govern themselves if they don't do as Brookline does, which is, you know, still stick to the traditional representative town meeting and select board form of government. And it is very interesting to observe that in almost every form of government that exists now in communities around Massachusetts, and basically you can name maybe 3 or 4, you know, there's what you're familiar with from Boston, which is, you know, very strong mayor and city council. Then there are towns which have mayors, that might surprise some people, and a town council, not a city council, a town council. So there's, you know, strong, there's also towns that have a town council and a strong town manager. There's also towns like Brookline that have a representative town meeting and a select board and a town administrator. And I happen to learn from some recent developments in Milton that Milton went from having a 3-member select board to having a 5-member select board. And a question came up of the town administrator in Milton. What did that change mean for the town administrator? And it was very interesting to me to hear that person say it's made things more difficult. And he explained why. You know, as a town administrator with a 3-member select board, all he had to do was call 3 people, you know, to keep them informed of what's going on. All he had to do was find 2 out of the 3, you know, to sort of make sure that something got done. And as he said at the meeting, you know, having to deal with 5 is a completely different ballgame, and it's much harder. We never even just, you know, think about that. We don't even, I think, discuss whether 3 is an option as opposed to 5, but there was actually until recently at least one 3-member select board. I'm sure there's others still in Massachusetts. So what you do find if you do this kind of a dabbling in watching these various bodies interact and sort of execute on trying to deliver services to citizens, run government efficiently, and be responsive to the public, is that there's kind of a pattern of the body that is the equivalent of the select board, whether it's the select board or the town council or the city council, being a policy-making body which spends a lot of time on approvals of routine items that are brought before them by whoever is the leader, be that a mayor or a town manager or town administrator. and sort of creating the semblance of actually being people who manage the town, but they don't really manage the town. That is up to the manager or the mayor. And I think these are the kinds of questions we have to think about as we approach the subject of, do we want to not change our charter because we don't have a charter, which is the other thing we're going to have to really educate people about. This isn't a charter change process. It's a decision on whether the traditional form we have, which is basically a form that is evolved through various bylaws and permissions from the state, needs to be formalized via a charter, which then requires us to follow the state's prescribed procedures for how you get authorized to have a charter. And that then limits us to, as I understand it, having to go to the voters with a ballot question to form a charter commission. And that has to be done by virtue of a petition of, I think it is 30% of the voters, the registered voters in the town. It's a big hurdle. And that's why we need to get the conversation going, because if we're going to move forward, we got work to do.
Other members? Miriam?
I'll just say that I agree. I mean, I think that I just think this town has outgrown this particular form of government, but I don't know what the next best form of government is yet for this town. I think there's a lot between point A and point finished. And the really just getting a commission on charter change to really figure out actually what our options are and what might be a best fit are really important next steps. We can't make an informed decision until we understand that. So I would really like to see us, and I guess I wonder if there's any way for us to start doing that research without taking a vote, right? If there is some way to at least start exploring all, because there are frankly a multitude of options that we could pursue that might be a better fit. So I think really understanding what those options are and what the pros and cons of each of those options are would be really valuable for us. But I think wholeheartedly, I just think we have outgrown this particular form of government. It doesn't work for us anymore.
Bernard, and then Mike.
I think Mike had his hand up first, didn't he?
Thanks. Yeah, I agree with Miriam. I think that it would be very sensible to go forward with, for lack of a better term, an informal charter committee to look at what the options are, and also look at the two basic pathways for changing charter commission versus elected charter commission versus appointed charter committee. Because the two pathways have different implications in terms of time and effort that's required, and town meetings involvement. And I think that town meetings involvement actually is both important to have and yet problematic, because it's very difficult for people to vote themselves out of a job. So I would opt for going forward with something that's informal. We'll report back to the select board and let us figure out what the pathway is forward, but soon, so that we can actually make some progress on that this year.
Bernard?
Yeah. First of all, the town meeting form of government works for a lot of people. Now, it may not be efficient, but does achieve a lot of people's goals. And that's one thing that we'd have to consider if we want to make any changes. And the changes don't have to be a binary choice of city versus town. Rather, I'd like to have some understanding of what the various city options are, but probably more importantly, what the various town options are. I know Mel has often said that there are changes that could be made in our town authorities of the town administrator and other things that would make Brookline much more efficient and workable in many ways. But we have to have all those options on the table so we can figure out what what not only works to make a more efficient form of government, but also what works in terms of our existing residents who really do get a lot out of the type of government that we have, the form of government we have with the town meeting and everything. Of course, I'm only talking about those people who, number one, know that we are a town, and number two, are involved in town governance. So, yes, there is a large body of people out in the community who, for whom town meeting doesn't work because they're not involved and they don't understand it. But there are a lot of people for whom it does work.
Mel, you're muted.
Of course I am. Thank you. This has been a great discussion, and I think it will continue. I have been fairly vocal that the town should take a look at things in recent past. I think it doesn't hurt to look at the form of government. There really are three options. I think John explained it. There's either a town form of government, which includes a town meeting and a select board, or a city form of government. Now, there are towns that keep calling themselves towns, but they're city forms of government. There's not three options. Even though you call yourself a town, it's a city form of government. And that city form can include, either a mayor as the executive, or a city manager, or town manager, if you want to call it that, and an elected city council who appoints the city manager in that case. There is, of course, more you could do as a town form of government. We have a charter. I believe we have a mini charter. It's called the Town Administrator Act. It's a special act of the legislature, and it's not very extensive. And I think that's part of the problem, but it does clearly identify the roles and responsibilities of the executive and the administrative. So one of the things I was going to suggest is you always include the Committee on Town Organization Structure. They've done a lot of work around that piece of looking at our mini charter, our Town Administrator Act, and thinking about things. But I think it's a great idea to start and to, at least informally or, somewhat formally start looking at the options. They're right around us. Cambridge has one form, Newton has the other form. And then there are some towns that we always look at, Arlington, Lexington, that have more robust charters as town forms of government. So there's plenty of options, but not a lot of options. I really don't want you to think that there's a million options. There really are really these three options, and then there's variations amongst those.
So, Mike, did you have something you wanted to add? I'd like to talk about my experience serving on town meeting and then select board and then chair.
I just following up on Mel's comment that there are options. I just want to point out that I believe it's Amherst that changed to a town council of, I think, 30 members with a town manager and an executive board, is my recollection anyway. But Amherst did make a significant change, maybe not a board, but in any case, really a larger town council than just a city council would typically be. Newton used to have a two-tiered system. They had a city council and a board of aldermen. And they changed. There are some towns, I think either Hingham or Weymouth, similarly has a somewhat different structure. So there are nuances. It's not a choice between a city or city form of government and a small council and 255 people. That's you can do a great deal in between. And there are certain sort of waypoints along the way that make some sense.
So I'm reading one of the questions in the Q&A, and I can't help as I go into my 6th year on the select board, be cynical. I guess when I ran for select board, I didn't realize how Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz I really was. And then I get to the Wizard and I discover that it's just another man from Kansas behind a curtain. And now I find myself as the man behind the curtain. I'm the chair of the board. I had a full-time job And trying to be chair with a full-time job is impossible. It is absolutely impossible to do this job in this town with a full-time job. I am very accessible in that I answer all of my own emails. I have to be very careful when I consult with the other board members. And town meeting kind of does whatever it wants. I am not in town hall every day. We rely pretty exclusively on the town administrator to carry out our wishes. And we are 5 very different people with different thoughts and feelings about how things should be handled. It is incredibly taxing. I spend 4 to 6 hours a day doing this job, and it is arguably completely volunteer. I think it is unsustainable, and it is not right to expect someone to pour this amount of time into such an important position with all of the authority that this board holds completely volunteer. We have seen the outcomes from its inefficiency because there are things that a select board doesn't know until too late. We can't act very quickly. Miriam, I saw your hand up.
I just want to follow up on that. I think that there is this inherent and healthy disconnect between what happens at town meeting and what happens daily at the select board. But at the same time, we see this huge warrant article process that often really burdens the functioning of the town, sometimes in a great, wonderful way, and sometimes in a really unintended, not great functioning way. And I think that I just think that there's the nod to efficiency isn't just because we like things to be more efficient. I think it has a lot to do with actually getting the town to function in the way we want it to function. If we can make it more responsive and more efficient and more responsible, then we should try to do that. And I just think, again, 60,000 people, we are maybe representing 20% of the population. Just look at how many vote, right? Never 20%. So I feel like we are obligated to really critically look at this and say, yeah, we can do better. There are things that really don't work. And I just want to say one plug for what Heather has said. I think it has to be acknowledged, the vitriolic emails that we receive just really don't help. We are all volunteers, and the number of vitriolic emails was nothing I expected and totally mind-boggling to me. But also there's no staff, right? We're responding to our own emails. I have a full-time job. I raise 2 kids. I want to do this work because it's important, but there is some level at which we need to think about how to do it better. And I think we have to explore this, and I think we can find ways to do it better.
My mental health has been very challenged this year. And I'm not sure how somebody else that is not completely retired could do this position. And I think that that's very exclusionary to only allow one type of person to be able to do this particular job in Brookline. Mike?
I was going to say, first of all, now I know, listening to you, Heather, now I know why nobody else ran against me. So there's no question that this is it's a heavy lift, and it can be burdensome. I think that there are 2 aspects of what we should be talking about. One of them is, how do we get people? How do we structure a job such that it can be done? But the second is, what would be, what doesn't work in the town, as Ernie Fry asks in the Q&A. What doesn't work is that the town's ability to get things done is very seriously impacted by the amount of debate and by the warrant article process and by the enormous numbers that the select board doesn't have to weigh in, because honestly, they don't have any significance. I think in thinking about this, we have to look at both sides. How is it, can we make it more effective, more efficient, and also make it, and thereby make it possible for volunteers to do a lot of the work, but also not lose the connection that we have, that, you know, we get all of this feedback from town meeting members. So and from their, you know, from their constituents, but mostly from town meeting members. So there's a delicate balance here that we have to work out. And I do want to make sure that we keep all of the considerations in front of us.
John?
I would like to make a suggestion, which, you know, people may agree or disagree, so be it. But I think as a first step towards this conversation, we need to find out what actual latitude do we have to pursue a change in our form of government, because I've been sitting in on some presentations about this just recently in North Attleboro, which underwent a change to a town council and strong town manager form of government from a select board form. And now they're looking at changing again, apparently, or modifying the change they made. And they had a presentation by someone who I think some of you might recognize the name, Lauren Goldberg, who's a municipal law expert that has consulted with us before. And if I understand her presentation correctly, we're not going to have the option of doing this unless we get a petition put forward by 30% of the town's registered voters. And that is going to be the first hurdle. Now, I saw Mike, you know, shaking his head no, and maybe I didn't understand it correctly, but I think a good place to start would be to invite Lauren to make the same presentation I just saw her make in North Attleboro and answer clearly the question, what pathways do we have towards charter reform? Because she cited state statute, which seems to say that the goal that we're pursuing is one that can only be pursued through the petition process, leading to a vote to form a charter commission, leading to the charter commission making recommendations, leading to an election. So I'd love to have a presentation made by Lauren Goldberg.
So
Mel has a comment there that he may be able to.
Mel, if you want to weigh in, I've asked Joe Callanan to be promoted, and I've done a lot of research on this, and you're kind of both wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for 40 years, so I really know how it works. Of course, you can do a charter commission. That's part of the state law, and there, you know, you can avoid town meeting. I believe you go right to the voters. You can also, like we did when we adopted our town administrator act and how Lexington and other communities do it, you can ask town meeting to file a home rule piece of legislation, and that's a very standard. But you know, you do have to go through the town meeting process and all that. Happy to have Joe weigh in. But by the way, I like Lauren too, and I think, you know, if she was willing to come and talk to you, which I'm sure she would be, that would be valuable.
So Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there are conceivably two avenues. We could do what Mike is suggesting, which is the select board could convene a body that would act as basically a charter commission that we would appoint. They would review, they would come up with some recommendation that would then be a home rule warrant article that town meeting would consider. And then town meeting would vote on it, and it would then be sent to the state legislature once it is voted.
Just to my term, that's a charter committee, as has been explained to me.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
So the other proposal is what John just outlined, which is triggered if you get 10% of voters' signatures, which I think is around 7,000, because you have to account for signatures that are not good or not legible. And then that process triggers something dictated by the state, the Commonwealth, where you have you then have people who run for election to be elected to the Charter Commission, 9 people. They have about 18 months to work on this issue, to come up with a proposal that then does go straight to the voters, not to town meeting. Joe, is that your understanding?
Sure, there are two ways that you described: the special act route and then the charter commission route. When I was in Weymouth, I was involved in both a 2 rounds of periodic charter review. So I'm familiar with the charter review process. I'm sorry, charter process. I highly respect Lauren Goldberg. She's fantastic, one of the best lawyers you can find about election law and head of KP law. But I can certainly write up a memo for you on charter changes. Mel's right. Our Town Administrator Act is like a mini charter. It's a special act type of charter. But charters usually deal with a lot more. Weymouth was dozens and dozens of pages dealing with every single department and, the council, which is their legislative branch, and the powers of the mayor, their executive branch. So you can have a pretty robust charter. We just seem to have a very limited charter because it's only the Town Administrator Act and a lot of the other special acts that, the town has passed over the years.
So this time last year, I was leaning towards the avenue that Mike was suggesting, where the select board initiates the process and we go through town meeting. But having experienced last minute amendments, I don't know whether or not I feel comfortable doing that. I would hate to appoint a committee that works diligently to come up with a proposal and then have last minute amendments. Tell these folks, thanks, but we'll take it from here.
May I comment?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think there's also the political reality, and I say that at some political risk to myself, I guess. I'm not sure a town meeting is going to vote to eliminate itself. If the town meeting is the route. And I say that with all due respect to town meetings, one of which I have been for many, many decades, 3 decades anyway. And I love town meeting. And I know there's a lot of people in town who love town meeting. And I wouldn't expect them to go along with a change in government that removes them from the process. So I think we're going to have to figure out a route that respects town meeting, but doesn't rely on them to be the ones who approve the change.
And for people who enjoy town meeting, we have a number of boards and commissions. There are many ways to continue serving. But I think we really need to consider whether or not the executive form of this government is set up for success. And from where I sit, I am very concerned about its longevity. Any other comments? Bernard.
Yeah, I would like Joe to put together sort of memo giving us some guidance. And also, I'd like to have the question answered, what is the cost of a city form of government? There's a lot of talk of us changing to a city form of government, which is going to create a huge executive bureaucracy. And, I'd like to get a sense of what that cost is and benefits of that.
I mean, keep in mind, it's his best guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, but at least some a good guess that gives us a sense of whether we're, at least gives us a sense of how much it's going to cost and balancing that against the benefits of doing it.
You can look at the Framingham budget before it converted to city form and afterwards, and get a very good sense of what the increase is in sort of paid administration.
Yeah,
But that's
good point.
that's a strong mayor type of government. And, maybe we go with something that is more like Cambridge. So it really depends on a number of factors. Are we going to change into a, more council than strong mayor form of government? How many assistants, if any, are these councilors or this mayor going to be allowed? Are these counselors going to be paid a stipend that is closer to what we make now, or what Cambridge or even Quincy makes? I, it's Joe can outline a couple of things that exist, but he can't foretell the future.
Whatever you do is all I'm asking.
Well, I was volunteering to write a memo on like how you do it, but if I'm responsible for coming up with costs, that's a little different. But
No, I was just saying that someone should give us a ballpark sense of what the cost of changing from different to a different form is. It doesn't have to be you, but someone ought to think about that.
I would say it's really up to the town, because you could have a change in government that doesn't involve 15 more staff. There are costs of, you're right, if there was going to be a council, what is the pay of the councilors? But I came from Weymouth, and Weymouth, Quincy, and Braintree all had very strong mayor forms of government, but they also had vastly different revenue resources. Quincy was going through a huge real estate boom, so their mayor's office was more than a dozen people. Weymouth did not have those resources, so the mayor's office was 5 people. So, it's just dependent upon kind of who controls the government and then what resources are available. So I wouldn't want you to think that there's an X cost for becoming a city and a Y cost for remaining a town. It's what would be the town's interest, and if there's a mayor form of government, how much are you going to allow the mayor to hire? So is it going to be 15 people, or is it going to be 5, or is it going to be 50? You can have all those examples from the different cities, and that's not really the cost of making a city. It's just when you make a city, how much reign are you giving to that executive?
Well, and our property tax levy remains the same.
Right.
So we will have access to the same amount of money. It will just be how we prioritize those dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Bernard.
Yeah, but also one argument for a city form or a more efficient form of government is that we could more easily do zoning changes and increase the commercial base of the town. So
it depends on what form of government we choose. Yeah, if you go
that's
from
true. But
255 people to 9, then easier means you have to convince less people.
Yeah.
I think we're probably getting into altogether too much detail. The basic principle question was, are we interested in carrying this forward and doing some work on it? And the answer appears to be yes.
So a few people have approached me saying that they are very interested in working on this and they want to gather signatures. I don't think it's really appropriate for this board to endorse that, or if people want to do that, you're a private citizen, you can certainly do that. I'm getting the sense from this board that we are not actively opposed to such an effort. Miriam?
I think I agree, but also I just wonder, and I think I look forward to Joe's memos, because in the last 2 weeks, Joe has sent 2 extremely excellent memos. Hoping this will be the same. Joe, high bar. And
I'll break that streak eventually. But
no, not with this.
Not now.
Yeah.
But I just wonder too, I think it's more than we don't want to be obstructionists. Can we start looking at the different options? Is that possible? Is there a way for us to do that? Maybe Joe can address that in his memo.
looking at the different options, it's what steps do you want to take next? Do you want to go down the charter commission route? Yeah, that's, structuring, I'm sorry, that's collecting the signatures to put on the ballot to then, decide whether you have the commission, and then people run for the commission, and then they do the work and they bring it back to the voters. Do you go the special act route and try to come up with what will be that warrant article before town meeting that you're asking town meeting to petition the legislature to pass as a special act? And then you got to get the state reps involved, if it's successful, the state reps involved to get it passed. So, the work on it, what is the next steps? Which process do you want to go through? But also I think you need to kind of understand, what are you going to create at the end? We talk about a strong mayor and a weak mayor, but there's actually different plans in the state law. Plan A form of, cities. So there's, I think it goes up to D or E. So there's flavors of cities, there's flavors of towns. So, which, are you interested in a town council manager and remain a town? Do you want to go to a city and still be called a town, but you still have a mayor and a council? Do you want a council and a manager? So there's flavors of what type of municipality you could end up as. So you also need to think about that. Never mind just the procedure. You got to think of what the end result substantively is going to be.
Mel wanted to say something.
Thank you. I think Joe is very capable of sort of setting out the various options. And I think we kind of know what they are, but it's good to have Joe put them in writing. There are so many towns around us that have done everything you're talking about. So you can find a town that has done every option you're talking about. So, my sense is, why not talk to them? Why not create a mechanism where we talk to people who we trust in those other towns and see what the pros and cons, what they dealt with, not only while they were trying to figure out the change and how they adopted it, but also how has it been? How do you think it's working out? And I think that would be instructive. I still make a pitch to talk to your committee on town organization and structure that you appoint. They've done a lot of work on this over the years, not so much looking at town versus city, but looking at our current charter and some of the things that are working and not working. Thank you.
That's a very good idea. I will reach out to the co-chairs just to see if what they've been working on, and maybe if they want to come before us and talk about that at an upcoming meeting. John?
Yeah, and I think too, everyone has to have realistic expectations. There is no perfect charter that will solve the problems of any town, or that is considering charter change. And in fact, some of the examples we might look to, Cambridge, Somerville, just two of them, are both pursuing charter, adjustments, tweaks, because they're, for one reason or another, a little bit unhappy with sort of the state of things right now. Perfect example that I would encourage people in Brookline who've got the time to do it. Go back and watch the hearing in Somerville on the annual budget and listen to citizen after citizen after citizen complain that they can't influence what goes into the city budget, and the council is useless, because the council is supposed to review the budget, but they always end up just rubber stamping the budget. It will sound very familiar to people in Brookline. So we're not going to discover a magic bullet, but maybe we can make things better. The other thing is, we're not going to solve the underlying fiscal issue in the town. The built-in gap between what is basically just a maintenance level of services versus our current revenue flow. And maybe a different form of government could improve on our ability to attract commercial development in a quicker fashion, but also in a more a targeted fashion, commercial development that gives the maximum bang for the buck without costing us a lot in terms of services. So I think those are the kinds of things we should be steering towards, but without unrealistic expectations.
Any concluding thoughts? This has been a really interesting conversation. I hope that the public has enjoyed hearing each member's thoughts as much as I've enjoyed hearing each of your thoughts. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mel, for weighing in. This is a discussion that we will continue to pursue. Okay, 2 weeks from now, we will have another meeting. Until then.